Hey, Nikki. Get everything set up here. Oof. Am I muted? Yes, I'm muted. How are you, dear heart? You feeling good? I'm doing phenomenal. Thank you for asking. How are you? Diane. Domingo, it's nice and relaxing. Oh. Muy genial. Very nice. All right, what do we got? I am setting up the new welder. Yeah, I got a new toy. I can. That's it, huh? That's a good day. Thank you for doing it. I get this way. Johnny, what's going on, friend? I am opening up all the crap. Because I went and got a new toy. And I'm going to try to get all this set up. As the boy got into vocational classes for high school, and he took an interest in welding. So, figured it'd be high time for me to have a welder again. Been a hot minute since I did. Let's see how many of the armchair pipe welders show up to come give me crap about what I'm doing. Aw, thank you, Nikki. Really, that means a lot. I mean, I know that all of these people have incredible skill sets. They all have wonderful things they do. And I'm just glad they're able to get it out there so people can see what the hell they're up to. We'll see if we can't get this welder going in a minute. I think it is. I think it's a really good place at the moment. There's not a lot of the dumb crap that usually you hear from social media shit. There's not a lot of that going on. I mean, knock on fucking wood. Anybody in the chat? Any of you guys welders? Or aspiring welders to be? What's up, Pine? How you feeling, brother? We're setting up a new welder, my man. I just started my live, dear, but we'll figure it out. Because you didn't use enough sunscreen, and that's how you got burnt. Did I get this set up the right way? I think I did. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you so much. All right. I'm trying to set up a new welder for the boy so we can start introducing him. I mean, just little thin stuff, sheet metal, 10 gauge, 12 gauge, 14 gauge, little stuff. Plus, it'll help me prototype things. I can expand the repertoire of materials that I use for prototyping and things away from just wood. I can start making them out of metal now, which would be nice. I know that lathe sure deserves metal instead of wood. All right, we got our ground undone. This little welder is cute. I mean, it's a little sheet metal welder. It's nothing crazy. It's not a powerhouse or anything. But it's adorable. I think it's like 90 amps. I mean, it's a little guy. Runs off 110. It'll be good for buzzing tacks together, little stitch welds, stuff like that. I don't know, any of you guys weld at all? Or if you don't, what stopped you? Did my chat die? Ooh. Smells like the Far East. Yeah, it definitely smells like something. Ooh. Ain't you a stinker? Hi, Bug. Good to see you, man. Got to get this wire fed through this wire feed down into the liner. New beginnings. What's up, brother? I was just saying the other night I need to get a welder, and look at me. I guess I broke down and finally went and got one. I am setting up a wire welder. Nothing crazy, little bitty old guy. What are you guys up to today? I got here. There's a good old 3.5 tip. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, ma'am. Well, in this gender neutral world, you don't want to make assumptions. If I did make one, then I'm sorry. Making more pins. Damn pin turners. Oh, shit. That's starting to look like welder. Careful now. All right. Well, here's an impromptu review of the Chicago Electric Flux 125 wire welder. I noticed that first off, the potentiometer for the wire feed doesn't even kick in and engage till you get to 3. No, sir. No, sir. I didn't skimp on this one, and I'll tell you why. If it was me, I would have probably made my own damn welder, wouldn't even worried about it. But in this instance, my son got accepted into vocational stuff at high school, and welding is one of the things he signed up for. So I want to get him a little buzz together, you know, a little buzz box here for the house, so that if he wants to practice here at home, then he can do so. I didn't go all out. I didn't get crazy with it, but I just went and found the little basic bare bones kind of MIG box. Figured MIG would be easier than trying to teach him stick right off the bat. Although I might have should have went the other direction. I should have taught him stick first and then hit him with the wire welder. But to be honest, the wire welder was on sale, so that saved a bit of money. Thank you, Bug. I tried to be. All right. Now, in this day and age of super safety conscious people, I tried to get all of the things that I knew would be pivotal for me if I was going to pick up welding again. Yeah, I did too. Well, actually, I'm not going to lie. I'm old enough that I actually learned how to weld with oxyacetylene. I did it with an OA torch. Just mounting in there like I'm doing TIG. And then I ended up going to a stick welder. No, I lie. I went to Heliarc and then I went to stick welding. And then I finally got myself a MIG gun. So I had no idea that I'm supposed to connect the ground to the workpiece. I just don't know what the hell to do. Thank God they gave me these big monster flags to tell me exactly how to handle things. I'm going to kick that off for a minute. So it's going to pull 20 amps to step up to, it says max 90 amps, but I doubt this damn thing's going to hit 90 amps. There's no damn way. I mean, it's just not. It ain't got it in it. You guys want to learn how a welder works? We can do that. Let's open up the guts. Hell with it. Let's unplug this sucker. Then we'll go through all the little okie doke shit that I got for the boy and for me, admittedly. I mean, I'll be using it out here in the shop, farting around with it. Let's take a look down here. Welcome back to the bench. Welcome back to my belly. As you can see, we picked up one of the most sought after brands on the planet, the Chicago Electric All it says is that it's a flux welder. Hey, Cedar, what's up? We're farting around with a new little buzz box. This ought to be fun. Talk about what happened so far straight out of the gate. There wasn't any problems with it. No pieces were missing. Nothing was busted. I know that's a crapshoot with Harbor Freight sometimes. but it seemed to work out okay. Can you guys hear me all right? I keep worrying about this audio. I want to make sure the damn thing does what it's supposed to do. Beautiful. Thank you, Bug. Thank you, Cedar. You got the same welder, huh, in the beginnings? So this will be my first time trying it. New beginnings, is there anything I need to know as a heads up before I start tearing into this? The only thing I've done is I swapped out the 030 default wire that they wanted me to run, but I got hollow flux core 035 wire. Changed the tip, put a 035 tip on it, and ran my wire through the liner. And that's about all I've done at this point. If you guys aren't familiar with welding, don't be intimidated by it. It's not, the process is startling if you're not used to it, but it's really simple. It's not that big deal. And if you pay attention to your safety, you'll be absolutely fine. This welder is called a MIG, M-I-G. MIG stands for metal inert gas, which I'll explain that if you guys want. What this basically does is that inside this little bitty wire right there, there is a core of a material called flux. Now what flux does is, as you can see, I pull the trigger. Well, I don't have it plugged in, but as I pull the trigger, there's a feed roller inside the machine. I'll show you guys in a minute. And it will advance this wire out off of a spool. Now, as it comes in contact, it is one side of the electrical circuit, and the ground is the other side. So what you're doing is completing an electrical circuit here. Okay? As you complete that electrical circuit, current is going to begin to flow. That current will heat the metal that this is touching and begin to melt it, along with melting the wire. The idea of it being that as it melts the two pieces of metal that you're welding and the wire, the three of them cool down and fuse together to become one piece. If you're familiar with soldering, it's like soldering on steroids. I don't know, am I explaining it to a dead crowd? Does anybody even care? Hopefully you guys are finding this interesting. But the reason that the flux is in there is that during the process of melting, oxygen could be introduced into the metal while it's cooling down, and that makes it very brittle. It oxidizes it and almost instantly does the same thing that years of rust does. So it makes it very brittle, very unstable, and it doesn't do a very good job. So the flux actually melts, and when it melts, it's lighter than the liquid metal, so it rises to the top. And as everything cools, it becomes an encasement over the top that becomes a shield that protects the metal from being exposed to oxygen while it cools down. Hope all of that made sense the way I explained it, because that's exactly what happens, and there's really no other way to put it. Mike is experienced sweating pipe, yeah? I have ran more than a few beads in my day, friend. In my younger days after the Army, my primary job was working in a steel fabrication shop. Running a shear, running a lead, running a brake, running gravity flux core welders, doing layout, fitment, assembly, finish welding. If it was made of metal, I could probably build it. Again, I can't say it enough, and New Begins will vouch for it. This thing is not a powerhouse. It is not there to do anything crazy. We'll start from the top, work our way down. So you get the inner workings of all of this, and if you ever want to become a welder or you want to get a welder, you can understand how all of this works. Here is the spool. Here's another spool of the wire that I'll be using. It's called flux core wire, again, because it has that flux embedded in the center. It's kind of like a hollow tube, but there's flux in the middle of it. This one happens to be 0.035 inches. That refers to the gauge, right? It is perfect for around the house. It does little BS kind of jobs. It's not any kind of big industrial thing. As a matter of fact, it actually runs on the exact same power that you have in the house. You don't even need a 220 plug for this guy. And we didn't get to the shielding gas portion of things, but the flux cord, that encasement that I was talking about is exactly what we're looking for. We're trying to avoid needing a supplementary feed of gas that would blow out of this nozzle to expel all the oxygen while it's cooling. So that's another important critical thing about this. So I got my wire spool. This is my feed head. What's happening is there's a drive wheel. I don't know if you can see this worth the damn, but I'll try to get it like so. There's a drive wheel that's pulling the wire along, and this bearing is assisting it. So the two of them together sandwich on it, and they hold the wire and squeeze it tight. So I need to adjust this so that it's pushing with enough pressure to let this pull the wire smoothly as it feeds it down through the lead, which has something in it called a liner. 1 second. Let's see if I can show you a liner. Yes, I can show you a liner. I am going way deep, probably way deeper than any of you guys wanted me to. But I'm a firm believer, if you're going to try something new, then understand as much as you can about it before you get going. Okay, so this is a liner. The liner is basically just a coil spring that's hollow in the center, and that lets your wire travel through this liner without getting caught up anywhere else until it makes it to the tip. Frostbite, good to see you, buddy. We're going over the basics of steel fab today, because why the hell not? I got a welder, we might as well. Now, once you get to the business end, if this had shield gas, there would be ports inside here expelling the gas from a secondary hose that would be running through here and blowing out here. But we don't need that in this case. Right, we're inert gas. We're not doing mag gas at all. You also have a disposable tip, usually made of copper or copper alloy, that brings pinpoint precision to your wire as it's coming out. And this, under normal circumstances, like I said, if you were shooting gas, then this would focus that gas. This cone would focus this gas directly around your reaction so that it doesn't blow away. Although when you're outside, it still happens. You're going to blow it away anyway. It's not going to matter. So we're turned on. As you can see, take a look and watch right here. You'll be able to see how the wheel is spinning. And it's feeding the wire out. So that's how I constantly have new wire to introduce into the weld as I'm welding. Wes, what does it? What's going on, friend and member? Speaking of members, listen, y'all. I teach y'all guys all kinds of stuff. Is it worth $3 a month? 10 cents a day. I'll teach you everything I know. You become a member, I'll be most appreciative. So anyway, as I was saying, this is the wire feed system and how it will go through the liner to your tip so that you can actually execute the weld. Now, of course, like I said, this is an electrical connection, right? So that means we got to have electricity that's energizing this so that it will melt and create the fusion in the metal that we're looking for. Let me unplug. And I'll show you how we do that. And I'm about to void the hell out of my warranty, but I don't even care. Y'all are worth a voided warranty. Okay. Well, thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Let's crack this sucker open and see what we find. I'm voiding my warranty. You better not tell Buzz I'm in his room reading his magazines. He's going to throttle me. Woo. King's House 8090. Thank you for that observation, although I would like to offer a retort. Like most other tools, you can see here, I have a jigsaw from the freight. That sucker came in on the slow boat to China. This, and the majority of the other tools I've gotten straight from the bank. Hey, what's up, Boondock? How you doing? Most of this stuff I've got from the freight. Let me scoot up here so I can talk to you direct there, King's House. In the decades of me doing this, I can count on one hand the number of tools I legitimately had shit the bed on me. And I can tell you why. Because anyone who has worked with tools for a significant amount of time will tell you that after a while, you get to develop an actual physical feeling of the feedback coming to you from the tool. You can tell when you're asking too much of it. You can tell when you're being too much of a 400-pound gorilla on it and you're asking it to do something it can't do. As long as you stay within those and respect those constraints and you understand what the tool you purchased is capable of doing, I'm sure I'll probably get 10, 15 years out of this welder. That's honestly, that is 100% true. Now, Wes brings up a valuable point. As a general contractor, you got to understand a hobbyist does not have a particular time constraint. Okay? I don't have a deadline. I get things done whenever the hell I get them done. Wes has to build something that's got to be done by next Tuesday, or else his payroll goes out the window and he's not making anything. So he has a vested interest in running that tool at a certain speed, at a certain level of performance, so that he can get through it and get things done as quick as he can get them done because money's on the line. So yes, he'll run hard on tools. you know? But for a hobbyist, all you got to do is respect what the tool can do. I promise you. Right over there is another example. There's a Harbor Freight 12-inch miter saw that I've probably been running for almost 10 years now. Runs like a champ. Never had an issue with it one. I literally, like I said, I can think of one thing that I ended up getting from the Harbor Freight that actually just shit the bed as soon as I got it. And even then, I went right back with the receipt. They're like, cool, go get another one. And it was cool. Its replacement is still sitting down there, a 13-inch surface plate. No problems at all. I think that trying to blame the origin of a tool on misusing it, I think that's a bit obtuse. I'm sure you have, King. I'm sure you have. And listen, I knew as soon as I put welding in the damn description of this live, I think I said it a couple of lives ago. Wes, you were in there when I said it. Listen, if you ever want to have somebody tell you that you are the most awful human being on the planet that does the crappiest work, ask a welder. They'll be the first one to tell you that you're doing the most awful thing, it is absolutely wrong, you're a damn idiot, and you have no clue what you're doing. They'll be the first one to say it. Very verbosely, I might add. Hi, Carrie. Good to see you. I don't misuse tools. You're absolutely right. I don't either. That's why they last. Anyway, I'll move on. Let's talk about how this thing works so that you got a better understanding. And I'll try to keep it as basic as I can. Hey, Smoke. Good to see you, man. All right, so we cracked up on the side. I voided the damn warranty. Good God. Call the fire department. Hey, Pro, good to see you. So as you can see, yes, I've got a PCB over here for control. This is the variable speed control for my wire feed potentiometer out here on the front. That's pretty intuitive. We can tell this is my wire speed. That's a potentiometer, which supplies variable voltage so that it energizes this at different rates depending on what I'm doing. That's all this is. This is just the PCB controlling that speed. That chungus right there. I wonder if anybody in the chat can tell me what that is, what that's called. They're pretty common components. They're in a lot of things that you have in your house, most notably your microwave has one. Thank you, Smoke. Yes, sir. That is a step-up transformer. What it's doing is converting the power coming out of the wall into a large burst of power. This is a really, really simple explanation, guys, so don't get in the weeds with me. This is all for newbies. Basically, what this is doing is this is increasing the flow of power so that you've got a whole lot of power in order to do what we need to do, which is to melt that metal, where normally just plugging it into the wall ain't going to do it because it's just not enough power. You're absolutely right, King's House. I 100% agree. I'd rather use my old school machines too. I run a Walker Turner over there that's 100 years old. My drill press, my machinist press is absolutely amazing. I'd love to have the older stuff. But we're getting this just for the basics. Matthew's talking about don't weld galvanized. You're absolutely right. Do not do that because anything that has a coating on it will burn. And it's not a matter of whether or not it's flammable. When you expose it to molten steel, it's going to ignite. no matter what it is. Okay. So even if it's not something that's galvanized, meaning it's covered in zinc, even if it's something as simple as this little piece of angle iron, which you can see is covered in paint, well, you can imagine that if I were to weld on this, number one, I couldn't get a good connection because the paint is in the way from me making the electrical circuit complete. But let's say I welded right here. This paint is going to ignite. It's going to burn, and it's going to turn into toxic fumes. Make sense? Be very wary of what you're welding on. We can go more in depth on what you guys do with your welder if you guys aren't getting one. We can show you how all this works. Like I said, this is just me setting this up, getting it fired up for the very first time, and kind of going through the very rudimentary basics of what you're looking at. Jamie, I'm glad you came in, man. First lathe project. Hot damn, look at you. The China Weld 250 multi-process. Hey, that's a winner. And you know you got one of the fun ones when the instruction manual says things like, weld of only safe thing. Please understand safety before begin to weld. Yeah, it's awesome. Did he turn into a damn pen turner too? Damn it. Everybody with a lathe and all they want to do is make ink pens. I guess if that's what tickles your pickle. Damn pen turners. Anyway, back to this. So we cracked this open. As you can see, it's a pretty simple apparatus. It really doesn't have a whole lot going on inside here. We've got a cooling fan to cool off our transformer and a control board to run our wire feed. And that's all that's in here, really. That's it. That is the whole of the damn welder. Before anybody gets a wild hair, there are individuals who will post videos on YouTube telling you shit like how to make a welder out of a microwave. Do not do it. Okay? It's a good way to end up graveyard dead. Don't do it. All right? Just break down and go get a welder. Okay? And as you can see from my own example, you ain't got to go batshit and go spend thousands on one. Just get something, especially if you're just doing little hobby stuff. You can tack things together, spot welds, maybe little stitches, low voltage, nothing crazy. Okay? That's all this guy is good for. That is most definitely Darwin Award worthy. Same thing happened to them boys that were making shit out of, where they're making them damn Lichtenberg machines where they could burn lightning bolts in the wood. Same thing. Playing with them damn transformers and didn't know what the hell they were doing. Wes said I built airplanes with my microwave welder. Well, that's because you didn't know. If you don't tune into Wes's channel, then you'd realize the reason you can say that is because he's actually a Vietnamese jet pilot. All right. So we got our welder. It's all set. Talk about the process. There was a boy up the road that died from that. Yep. You mess with a transformer, it's going to bite you. So let's talk about let's get into the safety thing. You guys already know I do some skeevy shit sometimes. But let's get into the safety, because this something will bite you. It'll bite you. It'll burn your damn house down. It'll do all kinds of things. Okay? It will definitely get you. So we'll talk about some of the things that you need to know. This thing, again, remember, we're conducting electric current through this thing. It's just 110, King's house. It's just a little buzz box. It's not anything scary. After the transformer, of course, I mean, it's running about 80 or 90 amps. It's advertised at 90 amps. I'm thinking it's probably around like 65, 70, something like that. Let's talk about some of the things that you'll need to know if you want to run one of these, and touch back on some of those other items that we were talking about on how to make this last so it doesn't blow up or burn on you. They will send this pancake hood with you. Yeah, they advertise at 90. I'm sure you're right. Probably 65, 70 is the most I'll get out of it. But I'll tell you why they could advertise it at 90 here in just a second. Welding hoods are incredibly dark. I don't know if you can even see that I flicked the lighter up in front of there. They will absolutely block most of the ultraviolet that's coming off of your welder. Everybody's got the story about going to see the solar eclipse by taking Daddy's welding hood up there and looking at the sun. Everybody's been able to do it. Yep, you should be able to see it, Mike, but just enough so that you can spot that you see what it's doing and it's not giving you an excessive amount of light in the eyes. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. Now, the standard that they give you for most welders these days, which you'll never need anything particularly different unless you're in a big industrial application, is what's called a number 10 lens. Okay? Mr. Gautier, good to see you. So this has a number 10 lens in it. Actually, this one's a number 9. And they usually have some sort of documentation on it for you to be able to see. In this case, they etched it up there into the top. It says UV 0.9 times Z1, shade 9, ANSI Z87.1. The absolute minimum, I say, for what I do is probably a 9 or 10. That's where it also starts getting into the method like personal preference. Like King says, he likes using a 12. I've seen shades all the way up to 16 to 18, depending on what you're welding on. If it's a big, huge honker, then you got a lot of light going on. Yep, there are fancy ones that will automatically like transition, zoop, and they'll just zip out black the minute you hit an arc. We're not going to be that fancy because we're starting out, so we don't have to drop hundreds of dollars on a hood either. This basic boy right here is a number 10. It gives me a big field of view. It's like 4 inches by 5 inches so that I'll be able to see exactly what's going on. I've got a pretty good ability to see peripherally and still protect my eyes. So for me, I say if you're just starting and you just get a welder, go in a number 10. Especially if you're getting one of these little cracker boxes like this, you're not doing anything. You wear a tinted lens while you're grinding? Jeez. Usually I'm down to safety glasses and sunglasses. That's about all I got. That's all I need. Whew, that tea is hitting today. It's not hot. It's just hot enough to be annoying. Hate that. So let's talk about why this thing could say that it's 90 amps when I just got done saying also that the most I'll get out of it is 65 or 70. Makers Murphy, what's up, buddy? I love it, man. I love it. From our good friends at Humple. Oh, I can still see great too. Are you guys paying attention to the rapport with King's House and I? I told you. I mean, the welders is a bunch. Go look on Facebook one time at somebody posting a video of a weld and go read the comments. Them suckers will be saying stuff in the comments like, that damn thing ain't gonna hold. It'd hold together better if I put it together with fucking bubble gum. Undercut, overshot, look at the bead, not centered, X-ray fail. I mean, it's unreal. Again, I can't say it enough. I'll say it for the fourth or fifth time now. This is just for little hobby stuff here at the house. I mean, don't expect to go build a house with it or do something crazy. I have no idea. That is weird, Murph. I wish I could say. I haven't heard anybody else say it either. I'm sorry. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. This operates on something that you need to take into consideration called a duty cycle. Okay? The duty cycle means, yes, if I pull this trigger constantly and I run it and I run it and I run it for an entire hour, it will continue to supply power for a whole hour. But the internals in here are not made for that. They're not made to run, stay 60 minutes an hour indefinitely. This machine has what's called a duty cycle. And the duty cycle, I think for this one at 60 amps is 20 minutes. I may be wrong. I think it may be 15 or 20 minutes. Meaning, you want to give it time to cool itself down, because I'm sure, as you can imagine, there's a lot of power going through there. There's a lot of amperage going through there. There's a lot of electricity, and that heats up things. And as it does, this only has the certain, it's only got a minimal amount of ability to cool itself off. So eventually it starts to cascade on itself, and it gets so hot that you start damaging things. So I would say, look closely at the welder that you end up getting and find out what the duty cycle is. And for me, my personal point of preference is I find out what the duty cycle rating is, and then I cut that in half. I don't run it any longer than that per hour. So I may get 10 minutes of welding out of this in an hour. I can wait. Again, I'm a hobbyist. I'm not in a big hurry. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. I don't have to have a trailer put together in the next 8 hours. So if I'm just buzzing little tacks, I probably won't even run this longer than 10, 15 minutes. And then I'm done with whatever it was I was doing. Respecting the duty cycle is going to be one of the big things that makes this continue to do what it's supposed to. I do. I keep most of my lives up on the channel. You can also see them on mikeismakingstuff.com. I've got them all posted there. There's a heading under live, and you'll be able to see all my live streams there. I don't even know what the hell. This is in the surreal department. I don't even know what the hell to say. I have a Mike is Making Stuff app that lets you go and watch all my videos, watch all my lives, get into the forums, check all my blogs, which is cooler than hell. Markov Innovation is amazing. Yeah. Go figure, Smoke. I got a freaking app now. Ha! Take that, suckers. All right, so I think I got this thing about set up and ready to roll. I'm gonna try to find some couple pieces of little thin tin, something like that we can buzz together so we can see how it works. Kay said, "You too cool for me." Shit, I'm too cool for myself. What are you talking about? All right, so what did we cover? We covered duty cycle. What else do we need to cover? Material selection. Somebody mentioned earlier, do not weld anything that's galvanized, and that's 100% true. This thing is also not meant for doing any kind of work with anything like aluminum, stainless. That's an entirely different process involving tungsten called TIG welding. This machine won't do that. Okay. So you want to look for low carbon, mild steel. Tug. That'd be kind of funny if it was called tug welding, huh? No, I think you could do tug welding with this, but TIG, yeah. And TIG is tungsten inert gas welding, which is an entirely different animal. It doesn't even, it is literally apples and oranges. They're not the same anywhere. Smoke's done a lot of TIG. I have too. I mean, it is absolutely cool to do. TIG can get kind of expensive, but I digress. Let's find a couple chunks of metal and we'll start talking about some of the other supplementary things that we got that you probably want before you even turn this thing on and start running beads. Hang in there with me. Let's see what's up. First off, eye protection. You do not want to be looking at arc flashes. Anyone who's welded or been around a welder longer than 3 days will tell you how much it sucks to lay up with potatoes on your eyes because you burn the hell out of your corneas because somebody was welding next to you or you made the dumb mistake of looking at a weld without a hood on. Let's just be honest about it. Just don't do it. Again, they've got several styles. This one is for giving you some added protection from sparks and slag, letting you see a little bit better because you've got a darkened shade around your head. You also got this guy, which is called a pancake shield. They used to have these way back in the day. This was kind of almost the standard. Like you would weld with one hand and watch through your shield with the other hand. And I hate doing this. The other benefit of having the hood is that I get to put it on my head, let go, and I've got both hands free to do what I need to do. But this will work in a pinch. Or the way I'm going to use it is as my son begins to weld, I'm going to be looking over the corner and I'm going to be watching him from a distance so that I can coach him along as he's going. Eye protection. Can't overstress it. Necesito guantes. You're going to need some gloves. All right. Appreciate you, Smoke. Thank you for coming in. Everybody say hi to Smoke. Let's wish him a good day. Appreciate you coming in and stop in. These gloves are a bit on the thin side, but they're going to be all right for me because my hands are a bit leathery. And the primary thing that this is doing is that as I've got a long sleeve shirt on, these will go up over my sleeves and it'll give me complete protection so that I don't have welding BBs and slag and sparks and stuff falling on me and burning me. Okay. You bet, Murphy. Take care, buddy. But the other big part that this is going to do is, I promise you, you get a welder, you will do this before you're done. You'll be welding along, and there's some kind of boogery something, and you get done, and your piece is there, right? And you lift up your gun, and you're looking at it, and you go, crap, and you do this, trying to wipe something out of the way. This is hot. Just so you know, it was just liquid a minute ago. It's fucking hot. This will help. It probably won't save you. But again, anybody who's welded significantly in the past knows it will only be a matter of time before you have shrunk the leather on the end of your fingertips because you got a little too close and it started heating and burning down the leather. For my son, because his hands are smaller, I have a second pair of gloves he's going to wear beneath the welding gloves just to give him some added protection until his hands toughen up some. I'd suggest you do the same. I'd try not to use 2 pairs of work gloves, 2 pairs of leather gloves. That's kind of a pain in the ass. But if you get some cloth gloves that insulate you a little bit, then use these guys. You'll be good. Weird thing. It is incredibly satisfying what these guys smell like brand new. I have no idea why, but it is phenomenal. Thank you, Boogie. What are you doing, man? I got this thing set up. You gonna try to run it well? Not right now, huh? Not while this is going. Oh, come on. Don't be scared. I am, in fact, a glove sniffer, and these suckers smell good. What they do to me. The smell of that fresh leather smells nice. Gloves. Hood. Definitely need it. I would also advise a welding cap. A skull cap. Something to cover the top of your head, especially on the back of it. Now, for me, not gonna lie, like every other hillbilly on the planet, I just give it one of these numbers. And good enough for me. That gives me a nice little brim to keep it off the back of my neck. Then I run my hood over the top of it. About like so. And they're good. You can actually get these hoods to be quite comfortable. It seems weird. It's claustrophobic when you first do it because there's just nothing in here to see. I'm sure you guys I sound like I'm in a tin can or something right now. But you get really used to it. You get used to it over time. It's really not that bad. A long sleeve shirt when you first get started. Now, this is the most 1970s grow up and be a man kind of thing you're going to hear me say today. But after a while, you just kind of get used to it. Let's just face it. I mean, your skin leathers up some. You start feeling little BBs and sparks, and it really doesn't bother you too much. But when you first start, get yourself some decent leathers. Get yourself some good sleeves. Make sure that you're not going to burn yourself up. What else do we need? Pliers. These are very, very unique pliers. And they make these this way for a very specific reason. I'll show you a lot of the uses. All right. Number one, I've got some relatively decent sized needle nose on the end, right? I also have this fixture right here, this knurled circle right here. That's specifically there for one reason alone. And that is for me to be able to grab my tip and unscrew it. Pretty smart, right? Take care, Carrie. Now, right underneath that spot is a set of wire cutters so that I can cut my MIG wire. And then the part, I think is kind of clever. It's got these hammer barbs sticking out on the side. Hey, Sherp. I never did. I will today, I swear. And honestly, that works as an impromptu chipping hammer. And we'll talk about what the chipping hammer will do here in a little bit. But that will let you get some slag out of the way if you just ain't got time to go run down where your chipping hammer is. You can knock some stuff out of the way. These welding pliers are very well designed, and they're done in a way that there's a lot of things it can do. This larger knurled section here goes onto my tip, my cone, and lets me undo it. A lot of these are trying to accomplish one simple thing: to keep me from burning myself. All right, so we got that. Sometimes you don't need a hammer. You need something as simple as a very, very stiff wire brush. This guy will get a lot of the stuff out of the way. Here in a minute, I promise we'll run a bead so we can figure out how all this works and you can see. But I don't know. Did I give a decent rundown on the welder, how it works, what it does? What do you guys think? Any questions? Again, I'm here to help, whatever I can do. I think one of the things I'd like to combat with talking about the welder is that, well, I said it before, welders are kind of persnickety people. They're very particular about a lot of things. And a lot of it, I think, has to do, honestly, with a bit of gatekeeping. They want to take care of Wes. Sorry about that. I just noticed it. They want to make it seem like it's some kind of a mystical process, that it's magic and the light and the sparks and all of the weird things going on. It just seems so intimidating. And that's why we need welders so bad, right? Because welding is scary and not everybody knows how to do it. It's not that scary. It's not that hard. I promise you it's not. If you can solder, you can most certainly weld. So don't let any of that be some kind of hindrance for you, you know? Just like all the other skills, all you got to do, you can do it. It's not hard. So let's figure something out. What can we weld? Now I got to find some stinking metal. You know what? I do have some stinking metal. I got some awesome metal, as a matter of fact. Let's see if we can make it happen, Captain. Down here, welcome back to the bench, welcome back to my belly, is a gigantic honking brake rotor that we figured out in previous episodes was actually made of mild steel, not out of cast. And I wonder if we could put that sucker right back. What do you think? You think we can put that back? Does that sound fun? You guys want to try that? Now what I've done is I found some magnets, and the idea of these, when worked conjunctively, or collectively I should say, that is a very clean cut. Yes sir, I actually used a portaband to cut it apart. Let's talk about some of the nuances of getting this sucker back in place and see if we can weld it. Okay. Now, as we can see, the magnets are currently holding everything in place, holding everything flush. We'd want that to stay that way during the whole course of our work. So let's talk about, first we need to clean this sucker up, because all of this sawdust, all of this grass, all of these things that are embedded and on this piece of metal, when I start running high current through it, all of that stuff is going to do what? It's going to catch on fire. So let's avoid all the fires we can avoid. Let's start with that. So we'll clean this guy up. Get as much dirt, grime, flammable material. What's bro doing? Bro is running welding for absolute beginners, to kind of give somebody a basic idea of how a welder works, what it does, how it does what it does, etc., etc. So am I doing something productive? Hell no. Am I actually making something? No, not right now. I'm just teaching something. But thank you for coming in, John. Appreciate you being here, man. Find me a nice little brush that I can get all that dirt off with. And then we'll take a minute and look and see if we got to do something different on top of that. I'm going to take the end off my shop broom because I think that'll work just fine. Mucho más limpia. Qué bonito. Make sure to do the same here. All right, y'all. We're a step closer to being able to repair our brake rotor. Not like we're going to actually repair a brake rotor. We're just going to put this back to see if we can. And again, we're using all these magnets to hold things in place so we can prepare for our weld. All right. We're not looking too shabby right there. Things are looking pretty okay. Except for those of you that have been tuned in from the beginning, we've got something going on here that's going to cause us some problems later on during the welding process. Can somebody tell me what it is? Remember, we talked about the flux core leaving a layer of flux on top of the molten metal to prevent it from being exposed to what? Oxygen. If it's exposed to oxygen while it's cooling, that's going to oxidize the steel. And what's another term for oxidized steel? The other term for oxidized steel would be rust. So we've already got a healthy amount of oxidized steel on the top of what we're doing. Probably want to get rid of all that, right? So it will behoove us to get rid of as much of that rust as we possibly can so that it doesn't contaminate our weld later. Everybody still with me? Am I saying stuff that's too boring? Just with that little wire brush, we can tell we got a lot of rust on this thing. Sorry, King's House. When you've been welding for 77 years, what I'm doing is pretty basic stuff. For those of you that don't know, King's House has been welding since they invented electricity. So he's on it. Hey, Archie. I don't think I need to condition all of this to remove the rust, just in the area where I'm going to weld. So I think what I'm going to do, .40 grit, good mention. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get me another tool I would strongly recommend if you're going to get into welding or steel fab work. I'm going to grab myself an angle grinder. I currently have a rock on it right now, but I'm not going to use that. Instead, I got a flap disc. We're going to use that flap disc with this 60 grit paper to try to get everything nice and clean and beyond the rust. All right. Close enough for demonstration purposes for the moment. Turn this around so you guys can see. We got this down to nice, shiny, mild steel. While the rest is out of the way. And both portions of both components that we're going to fuse together. Nice and simple, easy breezy. Yes, sir. I see you out there, Gautier. He's got a very good point. An oxyacetylene torch does exactly that. It liquefies and oxidizes the metal so much that it just blows it out of the way as molten slag, so it doesn't even exist there anymore. Let's test out our MIG for the first time. Now remember, first thing we got to do is ensure that the circuit for the electric is going to pass through from one side to the other. And I should have cleaned me out of the grounding spot. Matter of fact, let me do that. Just grab the grinder and smooth me out a nice clean spot for my ground to sit. Nice and clean. Rust is gone. Mill scale's gone. Now we can ground right there. PPE time. He says as he's doing this in cargo shorts and flip-flops. So many people saying weird and forbidden things. Long sleeves. Somebody said, I want you to lose a finger. Wow. Oh, God. Now I read it aloud. Jeez. Somebody actually said that, though? That's awful. Oh, that's absolutely awful. Get our hood in place. Make sure you guys still hear me okay when I do this? I think you should. You should be able to hear me all right. Professional moderator, huh? A lot of us probably need that. Hey, I bet that works a lot better. All right. We're just about ready to get started. All of our protective equipment is on. Now, back to the material. Remember, our magnets are holding everything in place for the moment. But we want it to stay there while we can finish putting a pass all the way across everything. Hi, Cynthia. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to add something called tack welds. And all tack welds are there for is to give one small spot to act as a bit of a clamp to hold everything in position as it's supposed to be. Now I'm going to set this according to the chart that I have inside my welder. Okay, so I want a max, and my wire speed up to 7. Now, what'll I be running? 035 flux core. Nice thin stuff. Okay. Right now I'm just going to run some tacks to kind of put this together. Okay. I believe you guys should be safe because this is going to shield you guys. Oh, that's interesting. This thing is all over the place. Okay. So what I did here, shut everything down, take off some of this before I have a heat stroke. Oof. I placed what's called a tack. Okay. All that tack is there to do is to act as a clamp to hold these two together. That's all it's doing. So now I no longer have a need for a magnet right here. Sorry about it jumping all over the place. The gun, it likes to shoot wire any which way, so I had to compensate for it. It's my very first time firing it up. I never used this machine. But as much of a booger as it is, we got a tack on there. It looks like snot, but we got a tack. So now we're going to pretend that we've done all of our measurements. We know that this is exactly where we want it to be. We're going to put a series of more tacks to make sure everything stays exactly where we want it to be when we start laying down our actual welds. Jeez. Matthew, that's unreal, dude. The state of people in this world, man. Now, before I get to the other tacks, let's talk about it. I mean, what do you guys think about that? It seems scary. It seems kind of weird if you've never done it before. There's huge bright flashes of light and there's sparks flying everywhere, and it's so jarring if you're not ready for it, right? There's that little burger chipping hammer they sent with it. Oh, it's so hilarious. That is the first time that I've struck an arc in almost 20 years. And that welder it does take a little getting used to it, but nothing crazy. Yes, they certainly do. It does have that very high electrical sizzle kind of current sound. So if you're not ready for that, it's absolutely intimidating. But it's all easy to do. And just so you can see, I know if you don't believe it, that tack was so small that literally I can already touch that with my bare hand. It's already cool. So having a welder can be particularly useful. It's really easy to have, and it's a good thing. I know. There's a whole thing where I should have done a bevel and had a root pass and get full pin, but this is just going over the basics of what the welder does. That's all I'm getting at, Matthew. I mean, let's get it done with the Army. I was in the Army for 8 years. I don't know what we're getting done, but we get something done. Let's see. Something thick like this, you need to do a 45. Yeah, you need to bevel both sides. Then do the root. Give yourself a little bit of a gap so you can full pin. You're absolutely right. And then do a cover cap over the top. But again, remember, we're just talking to hobbyists. We're just the guys that are just slapping things together for their hobby projects. So this just happened to be the only thing that I had in steel laying nearby, and it happened to be a brake rotor, so hell with it. I just hit it. All right. Let's lay another tack right here. Let's see how that goes. And this time, I don't know if I'm going to go with the long sleeves because it's just too damn hot. Let's just be honest. For the record, so everybody knows, I have soaked myself in SPF 90. I am absolutely well covered from UV rays. I'm going to give myself a little bit of a tan. We'll talk about that after I lay these other tacks. Yeah, this guy's very low power, which is good for a beginner. You don't really need a whole lot of power. You don't need to get crazy with it. I had a little bit of a gap I needed to fill, so I just kind of went back and forth. Yeah, but this seems like it's doing okay. I'm not really having a lot of complaints. For what it is doing exactly as your brain would advertise. It's just a little wire booger feeder. Let's do a couple more. Turn my wire speed up just a little bit because I'm stuttering. Hi, June. Good to see you. Don't worry, you're not late. You are here exactly the moment you meant to be here. Yeah, this thing is definitely not for anything structural. It's not going to be doing some massive kind of penetration. Nothing like that. But it tacked this guy together. Let's see how long it takes for me to get those tacks to break. Probably not much, but who knows? Here, let's hit it with a hatchet, see what happens. As you can see, not a lot of penetration at all. Barely got some there, barely got some there, barely got some there. This is definitely a hobbyist welder. It's not for anything crazy or structural, okay? It's there just to tack things together, little sheet metal. I bet sheet metal would do phenomenal on. Let me find some sheet metal. It's just not built for this big, thick stuff. But what I hope to convey is that welding isn't necessarily scary. You just got to understand what it's doing and how it's doing it. And it's going to be awful fun for me to teach my kid the basics with. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll sit here and I could take the grinder and bevel in and, well, I mean, if we really want to. Let's see if we can get an actual pass and a bead on it. Matthew's right. Better than just writing it off. I mean, this would be more than I'll ever do with the machine, but let's grab a grinder, put some bells on, drop some real beads on it. We all knew it was going to booger tack, but now we'll find out just how much more it'll do. Um, 60-10 would be okay. I think if you're going to use multiple passes, I would probably choose 70-18 drag rod if I was going to do something this thick. But that's just because I'm the kind of one and done kind of dude. I'd probably hit it with 70-18, some big drag rod. Let me bevel this other side. And I bet Mr. Gautier would be so kind as to explain, because some people in the chat have no idea what we're talking about when we say 60-13, 60-10, 70-18. What any of that might even mean. While I cut these bevels. Welcome back, new beginners. New beginners, you just missed it. Yeah, I'm gonna try to just buzz this thing back together, see what happens. I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it again. I know that this thing isn't built for welding 3/8 grade 50. I mean, I know better. But it's a good demonstration of what the thing does. So why not? Kevin, good to see you, friend. All right, let's give us some bevels on these sides. Which is the damnedest thing, because I'm going to end up cutting this rotor back up so I can make tools out of it, but hell with it. We're doing it for the tubes. For those of you, this is your first time here, appreciate you coming by. I bet you couldn't guess that my name is Mike and I make stuff. That looks like that's going to go together pretty nice. I know just enough about enough things to empower you to try them yourself. Jasco, good to see you, buddy. So if this is your first time here, smash the like. Do all the damn things. Hit the subscribe. Don't worry about if you kick that subscribe. That's somebody had it coming. He's been picking on me for weeks. I am currently on a member drive right now, trying to get myself to 100 members. If I can do that, then I will be giving away what we call the Spirit and the Y, a hand-carved spirit mallet that we made on a live a few weeks back. So I'd like to encourage you to ask you, are the things that you learn from me worth $3 a month, Are they worth 10 cents a day? If so, I encourage you to join the family and become a member. For just 10 cents a day, you could give me food, clothing, and a chance to go to school. In the arms of the angel. Is that how that commercial goes? Far away from here. Let me get me some members so that I can give away my mallet on here. All right, so we've repositioned our piece using our magnets, remember? And now we'll begin the process anew, like we did last time, starting with some tacks that will hold things in place. But before I do that, I've got to complete the electrical circuit, right? I ain't going to run out of cigarettes right now. If I do, we'll make a smoke run. Hell with it. Man, this sucker's almost heavy enough to overwhelm my little magnet. Yep, it is overwhelming my little magnet. So we'll put a spacer board under it to help them out. And then we'll probably set that board on fire, but that's okay. Fires are almost part and parcel once you've been welding for a little while anyway. Having a welder means becoming an amateur firefighter. There's a quote you can give out. Okay, I got a spot where I'm flush right there. I'm going to try to hit that with a booger real quick. Switch things around. Get my hood on. The YouTube safety freaks need to see me wearing gloves. So here we go. Boogity boogity. Ah, new gloves smell so good. Let's see if we can get us a tack in there. Watch your eyes, folks. That's not so bad. All right. Now, while we're cooling, we can position everything back where it goes. That's feeling kind of nice. Let me get a tack right there. Get another one nested up right here. One last one up here. There we go. We're relatively back in place. We can do a little coercing and adjustment. Man, oh man. Let you learn from my lesson. You know what I just did? I was welding in flip-flops, and I burned my toe. That was no bueno. My toe has a BBS slag in the top of it, and it's a bit angry with me. Dang it. So now, remember, the premise of the tacks is just to hold everything in place so that it will stay in place while we weld everything together. I did make grilled toe cheese. I did. Ooh, it got me right in that little funky part, the web right in between the toes. Ooh, got me good. All right, though. You know what? Matter of fact, I know what to do. I'm gonna take y'all with me. I'm gonna go get my. Yeah, I know. I got to keep it from warping out. It probably will still, but it is what it is. I'm gonna at least put some doggone shoes on so I don't burn any more toes. That kind of sucked. And give my mother-in-law all kinds of grief. Why'd you let me go out there and weld with flip-flops on? I burned my toe.
Oh, sorry about that.
Jeez. Glad my family's got my back.
What happened? I couldn't hear.
I put flip-flops on and I burned my toe.
Whose fault is that?
Yours, because you didn't stop me. As I put my shoes on, this is a note for all of you to make sure to surround yourself with a family that is loving and caring and won't let you do crap like burn your toe all to hell with a damn welder. Make sure those people got your back. All right. See, Jasco understands. He knows exactly what's up. I'm going to switch the chat here. It seems to have locked up in the phone. Hey, there we go. Yeah, Jasco understands. Understands implicitly what's going on. You're supposed to surround yourself with a community of support that prevents you from doing stupid crap. Because I'm a man. I'm an idiot. So, of course, I'm going to do idiotic crap. And it's your job to stop me from doing idiotic crap. My wife is a peach. I can't tell you the number of times she's walked out and she said, "You're on fire again." Oh. I got 99 people watching. Is that serious? Wow. That's phenomenal. Good to see everybody. Hit that like button if you would. Now let's see how this little booger welder apple works. How good it's able to actually try to lay us a bead. Again, I'm not expecting much. The other thing that I'm doing, just to go back and touch base on things, is I'm respecting the duty cycle of the machine. Remember, this thing was advertised at 90 amps. We know it's not 90 amps. The most we'll ever get out of it in one go is probably 65 or something. Not a big deal. My honey's handmade. Good to see you, man. But in order for a welder like this to continue to exist, Okay, remember, we got the coveted Chicago Electric Flux 95, which claims to do 95 amps, which it most certainly will not. There's no way in hell this thing's going to run 90 amps. It's just not. If it was, it would have probably already blown the fuse box. The reason that they can advertise it that way is because it is capable of going up to 90 amps for about that long before it blows up. So that's 90 amps peak. If you know anything about audio systems, its RMS is probably closer to 60 or 65, maybe 70. I'm doing phenomenal, buddy. Glad to see you in here, Steve. But what we have to respect on this thing is called the duty cycle. Every 60 minutes, I can't run it nonstop for an hour. It just won't survive. I'd probably say about 15 minutes into it, the damn thing's going to burn up. So what you're looking for when you buy your welder is called the duty cycle. If you guys can hear me still. Can you hear me okay? I guess I better get my damn microphone. Can you guys hear me all right? I'm sorry about that. I had the mic in the hood. To repeat what I'm saying, what you're looking for is the duty cycle. Now, the duty cycle means how long can it perform its job before it has to take a break in an hour. And they'll usually designate that with some kind of a percentage. And I think the percentage on this one is 20% at 60 amps, meaning you can run it for about 15 minutes. And then you need to give it probably about 45 minutes to cool down. I did say duty, I did. So again, this is just a little hobbyist welder. It's not made for anything crazy. It's certainly not made for what I'm trying to do right now, which is to weld this rotor back together. I'm just doing this as a demonstration. But respecting that duty cycle is the key to making this thing last. I can't tell you the number of people that I've heard take a shit all over these Harbor Freight welders, and then they run them like hell for 45 minutes, and the damn thing burns up, and they're like, oh, it's all good, Harbor Freight Chinese and a piece of crap. No, it wasn't. It was that you didn't understand the duty cycle on the machine, and like every other tool that I've ever talked about on this channel, you're asking it to do something it wasn't meant to do. So if you go 400-pound gorilla on this and you run like hell, it's going to burn up. That's what it's going to do. Just be prepared for that. You're asking it to do so much more than it's capable of. So again, just to recap on what I said about duty cycle, I think that one is 20% at 60 amps. In my head, what I like to try to do is divide that in half. So I may run it solid, nonstop for maybe about 10 minutes. I might go crazy and push it to 15. And then after that, no, we're done. Let it rest. Because the transformer and all of the interior wiring and the PCBs, I've already taxed them to their limit at that point. So I need to give them a chance to cool down. Does that make sense what I was saying about the duty cycle, though? I hope it'll save your tools when you end up buying them, because everything, at the end of the day, everything has a duty cycle. You can't just go 400-pound gorilla on it and expect it to run forever. It's just not going to. And I say that with this testimonial. I have been running tools in one way or another for the better part of about 35 years. And I can tell you that I've had less, I can count on one hand the number of tools that I've legitimately had shit the bed on me. I can legitimately say that. Because I respect what its limitations are. I run the tool the way it's supposed to be ran. I don't ask any more of it than it's meant to do. And it just lasts. It just lasts. I mean, right over there, I'll flip it around so you can see. There is a Harbor Freight miter saw that I've been running for the better part of 10 years. Still runs just fine. Not a problem in the world. Because I don't ask any more of it than what it's capable of. I just don't. Wire speed is a significant factor because depending on the amount of amperage that's going into the circuit when it's doing the weld, it needs a certain amount of material to continue that process. So if your wire speed is too slow, then you'll start hearing and your weld, this is going to sound weird, but you'll see it bouncing forward and back. And what that's telling you is that it's trying to continue the circuit, but it doesn't have enough here to keep going. So it starts burning up into the wire so it can keep on going. So increase your wire speed, and that stuttering, that little zigzag that you get will stop. Conversely, if you got too much, it'll literally be bouncing you away because wire is going down in before it can be completely burned up. So it forces the gun back, and then you got to wait for it to burn, and then it comes back in. And it's doing this, and it's pushing your tip back towards you. That's how you know how to dial in your wire speed so that you get a smooth, consistent arc that's constantly moving and it's not doing any jumping around or skipping or doing anything nuts on you. Thankfully, I've got this thing set at about, well, it's got a whole 1 to 10 scale, so I got it set about 7.5. And it seems to be giving me at least decent for tacks. Before we go any further, hey Rumple, what's up, man? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. If you hadn't hit that like, you're a poser. No, actually, we got a little bit of a MIG welder. A little okie doke kind of MIG welder, but a MIG welder nonetheless. It's super tiny. It's fun hobby stuff. And we're just playing around with it, demonstrating, kind of walking how the welder works, what it does. Adding another tool to the repertoire. And get me a little bit of a hydration in the process. Goodness gracious. All right. So, I think this thing is cool. Hold on. Matthew says, for example, for a piston compressor runtime is 4 minutes. Absolutely. The same duty cycle at 40%. This all factors into your air compressors too. That's a good point. You can't run them constantly at 100%. They're just going to burn up. That's just what happens. Carrie's back. Back again. All right. And I've got a whole, oh man, I tell you, I've got an incredible range of power on this. I've got a switch that says min and max. I'm kind of scared to do min because I think that's going to be for sheet metal and little thin gauge shit. I mean, it's not going to be anything crazy. So I've got it on max right now. The 1 to 10 scale I've got set at 8. Whatever the hell arbitrary foot per minute that ends up being. Let's see if we can actually run a bead here. What do you think? Without setting anything on fire. Again, for those of you that are looking, yes, that's a brake rotor. Yes, I tested it. It's not cast. It's mild steel. You know what? Just to make everybody feel better, because I'm sure this brake rotor's got some people skeeved out. I have a mild steel piece of angle iron right there. I have another mild steel piece of angle iron somewhere up here. There she is. How about we just weld them together? Does that make y'all feel better? Let's prep these surfaces and we'll do it that way. I am actually not making anything, June. I'm demonstrating the welder so I can show everybody kind of what it does, how it works, what it's doing, and how it's doing what it's doing. So we're just farting around, pretty much. I'm going to prepare these surfaces and get down to clean steel so that I don't toxify myself with burning paint. I'm toxified enough, if you know what I mean. I'm going to clean and prepare me an area of clean steel on both of these real quick. You have to use a screw compressor if you can work all the time. It has an unloaded valve removed. Yep, absolutely. I'm not cool enough to have a screw compressor, though. Now, that takes money. All I'm doing, guys, is giving myself clean, fresh steel with no paint, no contaminants, none of that other mess, so I can execute a good weld. Yes, sir. Screw compressors are no joke. That's why they charge so much for them. Let's clean up some material on this piece of angle, and then we'll buzz these two together, see what happens. Mike Stanifer, I'm glad to see you here. I'm glad to see all the regulars here. Again, if this is your first time, you know what it is. Do all the things to all the things. I'm trying to learn somebody something. And again, if this is your first time here, metalworking is one of the many things that I cover. I do metalwork, I do woodwork, I do repair, electronics, all kinds of different disciplines. All with the eventual goal of showing you that you can make do with what you got. Being rich is not having more than you need, it's needing less than you have. So we're just going to stick them two together. Let's see if I can get it where you guys can see it. Let's buzz them two together, see what happens. What do you think? We got some good, clean metal. Given that it's thin 1/8" angle iron, it's most certainly 836 mild steel, which means that this thing shouldn't have too much of an issue with it. But I might be able to demonstrate something that you'll need to be aware of if you get a welder yourself. Understand some of the dynamic effects of what happens in the process of welding. I'm going to go ahead and lay a tack right here. Let's see if I can tack these together, and hopefully I can get this to mess up the way I want it to. That'll make sense in a second. Okay, couldn't get a good ground, but we got one now. All right, sucker. Let's move the ground up here. Hell with it. Just hold these two together. Just hold it like that. It'd help if I actually hit the seam. This cone really wants to shoot the wire all over the place. It's kind of wild. What do you think is happening, guys? I was hoping it was going to mess up. Let me get your guesses in the chat. What do you think is happening? Come on, guys, talk to me. What do you think it is? What do you think was the cause of all that? Okay, you think my wire's set too high? Okay. Let's turn it on down some. We'll bring it down by about 15%. Let's try again and we'll see if sound wave is right. Well, look at there. You had too much wire going, the wire speed was kicked up too high, right? Okay, come on, baby. You can do it. You can do it. I don't think I got enough. I don't have enough heat on here. Yeah. That's what I was looking for, Matthew. Good job, man. The ground wasn't as grounded as it could be. Brother Marat, good to see you. But we're at least getting some penetration, which is always good. What I was hoping to happen was that sometimes when you're welding something, as the molten metal cools, it contracts. And when it does, it causes what's called a draw. And it'll actually bend pieces out of shape as it's drawing it together. It didn't happen in this instance, but that's right, not a good ground. I didn't get to complete the electrical circuit needed to let the weld happen. So now I'm good. I'm in there. I'm on raw metal. Let's see if what we can do to run a bead. I doubt this thing's going to kick up high enough to give me a decent bead, but maybe we can get something done. Let's find out. Yeah, this stuff don't even want to snap, does it? Perfect. Do ya? Waddle away, friend. Yes, thankfully my SPF 90 has been protecting me quite a bit. But yes, you should have sleeves on. So we got a pretty decent little bead. I mean, it's nothing crazy. It's certainly structurally sound. So it's not going to be a bad little hobby welder. It's going to be good. It's going to do just what we need it to do, which is to help my son get understanding of the basics of welding without him getting too far off in the weeds. And this thing cut off, which told me that it already hit its duty cycle. So we're going to let that sucker rest for a little bit. We'll switch gears. For those of you that were here for the welding content, I hope you stick around because welding isn't the only thing I mess with. I tinker with a whole crap load of stuff. I want to go drink it somewhere else. Well, as long as we ain't got to hear about it, I mean, whatever tickles your pickle, I guess. Just don't be disrespectful to the people in here, or else you will be saying bye-bye. What else do I do? Oh, geez. I make knives. I make tools. I make my own machines. I do woodworking. I make repairs. I just did it. I repurpose things to make into new stuff. I didn't see it about the brake cleaner. Tell me about it. You tell me to wipe everything down with brake cleaner before I start welding so I can catch myself on fire? My whole channel is to teach you that you can make do with what you got. And it doesn't take you having to go drop crap loads of money or give some corporate ass half your paycheck in order to get something done. You can just get it done. There are ways to get around it, man. There always are. So let's let the welder rest for a little bit. Oh, chlorinated brake cleaner. Brake cleaner to clean the metal before welding. You'll create phosphine gas and you will unalive. You are 150% correct. And I think that goes more into a blanket statement that you got to understand that when you're operating a welder, you are literally melting solid steel. And if you don't keep your shit together when you do that, you're changing the physical states of lots of things. Like if you weld galvanized metal, melted zinc is not good for you. Zinc is what they use to galvanize steel. So don't do that. You want to do some carving? We can do carving. I think I got some basswood somewhere. Yes, sir. I got a nice relaxing chunk of basswood. I got the knife I made. If you want to learn how to make a knife, I can show you how to do so. It's pretty easy to do. I made that one out of a lawnmower blade. And then when I'm done with it, I want 8 fresh fried tires of mustard. It's pretty good out of an old lawnmower blade. Let me get myself a stool put together. Another thing I was going to show everybody today, I don't know if they were interested in it. I had to run the HVLP gun this morning and do some painting. Thought people would want to see how to run one and take care of it. How to keep it going. How to adjust it. All those kind of things. I really do. I really try to minimize everything I'm going to throw away or get rid of. So, like I said, this guy I made out of a lawnmower blade. It's still pretty sharp. So we're going to carve something out of this, which is weird because remember they just got done saying that I usually reuse and repurpose. I'm usually used to working with 2x4 or some garbage like that. Thank you, Matthew. He's still giving us so many good tricks, so many good tips. And if I have heard about this basswood right, oh God, this is like cutting soap. This is like super, super soft. Holy crap. See that? Oh my God, I barely even touched it. And it just starts coming apart. Wow. It is most definitely soft stuff. Man, no wonder people like carving with basswood. Holy crap. You ain't really carving, you're just like pushing the knife in it and calling it done. Good. Holy shit. It's incredible. But I guess let's keep going. Get a little ASMR going on. That is most definitely some of the softest crap I have ever cut. Wow. I guess I'll make another face. What do you think? Might be fun. Or maybe try to do a dragon. Ooh, that might be kind of fun. Try a dragon. What do you think? Do I have an Instagram? Yes, I do. It is Mike is making stuff. I believe it is at Mike _is_ making _stuff _. Maybe not the underscore in the end, but you get what I mean. Hello, Jerome. Good to see you. I do have a website. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for reminding me. MikeIsMakingStuff.com. Yep, let's do a dragon. Archie convinced me. She said dragons are awesome, and I wholeheartedly agree. So let me get all of that cleared off. Let's find us a pencil and figure out what this dragon gonna look like. It is. God, Carrie, it's like butter. It's like sticks of butter. Okay, So we want a dragon. Then we need a dragon head. I'm not going to try to do the whole wings and shit. Maybe just the head. So I'll put a horn right here. About like so. Put another horn right there. About like so. I don't have any clue if this damn thing's going to work, but I'm going to try like hell. Where I'm coming. Oh, I'm in the U.S., sir. Forgive me if I meant to say ma'am. United States. Okay. Ba-boom. Ba-bam. Okay. That's starting to look like something. Maybe. Okay. And then his head gonna be all like all like that. Just and it makes that same noise. All right. Just like that. Yes. And then eyeballs have to be like so. See if I can figure out how to draw a dragon. I think I can. I think I got it. I think I do. I am from Holland. Awesome. Greetings to the wonderful people of Holland. All right. I think I got this dragon thing about licked. I don't know. Make that guy about like so. Make that guy about like so. We just did a 30-minute live while you were live. Oh, I'm sorry. Shoot. Dang it. All right. So we need some eyelids up under the eyes like so. Yep, yep. I'm kind of feeling it. All right. And then, let's see. Okay. This is getting pretty audacious, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off, but I'm going to damn sure try. Because I love y'all. And I love dragons. So what the hell? Might as well. Okay. Yeah. And then, let's see. Maybe about like, Sorry, y'all can't see what I'm doing, but I got to eyeball this down the middle or else I'm going to screw the whole pooch. Okay. And give him a toofus right there. And toofus over there. Oh, that looks less like a dragon and more like a snake, but hell, let's find out. Okay, and that thing, go like so. Not like that. I promise all this talking I'm doing is going to make sense in a second, I hope. Ooh, it's pretty audacious. And that guy's way too straight. Not like that. Calm down. Is Mike in here? There he is. All right. I don't know if I'm gonna pull this off, but damn, I'm gonna try. Y'all see that? They said they want a dragon, so I'm gonna try a damn dragon. Why not? Shit, why not? All right. So we can start with getting half of this crap out of the way. Like butter. My God, that's amazing. Sweden is boring? I don't think so. There's some people that lived in Uppsala in Sweden for a long time. And they are not boring people. Not in the least. Matter of fact, I say they're quite lively. Interesting folk. All right. I ain't got a damn clue what I'm doing, y'all. But fake it till you make it. Let's get it. How to train your dragon carver. Okay. So far, I've cut a couple of damn V notches, which has accomplished two things thus far: jack and shit. Ooh, I got some other carving tools. Let me go grab them real quick. Maybe that'll make it more fun. Where'd all them damn carving tools go? I set them over here. Mike, I think you left your hat, bud. It's safe though. I got it. I got it put to the side, or I can get it mailed to you or whatever. We'll figure it out. What I might do, carve a dragon relief. We was a little bit on the fuzzy side. Just a skosh. Man, this stuff is butter. God, you just push right through it like it ain't even there. Y'all see that? It's the most boring and unpleasant people you can find. Everyone is so rude and almost so angry. You say hi to someone on the town, they almost spit at you. And I say I don't know you. Oof, that's kind of rough, man. Can I ask a little bit about where you're from? I'm reminded of a Chinese proverb that I heard about a traveler on his way to a small town with an old man sitting outside. The traveler asked the man, "Old man, what are people like here?" And the old man said, "What are people like where you're from?" He said, "I'm so glad I left. The place where I'm from, people wouldn't spit on you if you were on fire. You can't trust any of them. They'll do you dirty the minute they get a chance to, and none of them care about you in any way." And the old man said, "You know, they're exactly the same way here." The traveler thanked him, sidestepped the town, and kept going. Next day was another traveler. "I think I'm trying a dragon, Wes." The next day, another traveler was coming down the same road where he encountered the same old man. Asked the same question, and the old man replied with the same question back. "What are people like where you're from?" The traveler said, "I wish I'd never had to leave. Everyone was like family. They all took care of me. Everybody had each other's back. Nobody was ever treacherous. Nobody was ever underhanded. And I miss it every day." And the old man said, "They're just like that here." I think that a lot of the way people treat us is contingent upon the energy that we're putting out into the world. The town wasn't the deciding factor as much as the traveler was. Oh, just some silly pearl of wisdom I heard along the way in my years. So I understand that you have your thoughts about how the way things are, but as you consider the way they behave, I challenge you to think of the story of the old traveler. See how much of that luggage you're bringing in with you when you show up. Sorry, I got all philosophical on y'all. My bad. I do love basswood. Wow, this stuff is butter. Did my chat freeze up again? I think it may have. Hold on a minute. It's up here. Let me read it. "I promise you that people in Sweden are so freaking selfish and self-obsessed. They only care about themselves and their family. Beyond that, they don't care about anyone else." At the end of the day, there's a bit of that in all of us, I guess. And that's not me Damn, Wes. What are you doing to that boy? What, the square body die or what? And that wasn't me trying to indict you, Frederick. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's very easy to lose sight. People are villains in our lives all the time. But then we're so quick to forget what our role was in that villain's origin story. People don't become cold and hateful and callous in a vacuum. Hatred is a learned behavior. You don't just wake up one day and say that you hate something. There had to have been a catalyst that triggered that response. And again, in your defense, that catalyst may not have been you. It may not have had anything to do with you. But there was a catalyst nonetheless. Something caused that to be that way. Oh, that is sad. Drive by and throw eggs. That is unfortunate. I'm sorry you went through that, man. It makes you feel better, Frederick. Eggs are kind of expensive. I'm not going to waste them throwing them at you. I'd rather just tell you what I'm upset about and figure it out from there. Save the eggs. Think you and me can make that deal, Frederick? If I end up with a problem with you, I'll just come talk to you about it. I won't throw eggs at you. Haven't seen what yet? What? I don't know what's there to see. Oh, I digress. My chat's screwing up too. I can't see half a shit. Me and my family have always been outcasts in this town. Doesn't matter what we do or how much we show. We've improved. Don't take drugs anymore. They can't let it go. That's a hell of a spot. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. If Triple J's logged in, then something happened. Hold on. 10 gifted memberships. Hot damn, look at that. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to get there. We're going to get to that 100 members here pretty quick. I can hurry up and give away that mallet to somebody besides Calvin at Dad's workshop because he keeps screaming for it every day. It is a little slow today. I kind of like it. I'm always a little slow. Shit. I don't know what you mean about today. I'm slow every day. Look at that stuff just coming off like butter. Damn me. Oh, going against the grain. Hold on. Well, it just slides the hell off of there like it ain't no thing. We don't waste time on my shit anymore. How you doing today? Do you own any? Well, I suppose it's kind of irrelevant to the conversation, but I do happen to, yes. I must be living in Texas. Yeah. Or as Hank would say it, yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. You can make just about anything out of anything with this stuff, man. I'm telling you, this stuff's like soap. I bet if I had fingernail, yes, I could scratch it with my fingernail. How close am I to 100? Oh shit, I don't know. Last time I looked, I was at 35. Well, after that, 45. Don't you do it? Don't you do it? Son of a bitch, another 20. That's enough. Michael Jordan. How fun's the basketball game if there ain't but one person playing? Shit. Hold on. I had the fortune to shoot a 6-hour X5 some time ago. My aunt has it. That's kind of cool. Listen, having a firearm, everybody makes such a huge deal out of it. And if you're going to have one, have one. But understand how quickly ignorant people dial up the tension on something usually trivial just because they feel like they get an upper hand from having a firearm. I think that's the silliest thing I've ever seen civilians do. To think that having a firearm is some kind of a big equalizer or something. It's an equalizer in that it makes everybody equally dangerous. All right. Now I'm going to start trying to get into this guy's head. Not you in the chat. I'm talking about the dragon. Relax. I think it's basswood. For sure it is. Double A, hello. I'm really curious to understand what makes you love them so much. If you don't mind my asking. Those guys, I study them and I just love them. I know very much about them and weapons in our history. Well, that is true in a lot of ways. Hello, Ms. Mother-in-law. Good. Did you set it up on live? Did I miss it? Any news about Dan? Has he gone missing? Oh, Lord. You're talking about Dan's homestead. I know where he's at. At least I hope I know where he's at. Rumpel, help me out. Who are you talking about, buddy? I've always been into war and weapons and even future weapons. I love Star Wars. In such movies, I love studying history and the guns that stopped evil. Yes, sir. But I noticed something interesting in your verbiage. The guns that stopped evil. To which I argue, guns don't stop evil, good people do. Hello, Anonymous. How often do you sharpen your knives, and does it vary based on the wood you've carved? Yes, I do sharpen them every once in a while. Matter of fact, I think I'm due to run this one on steel real quick, so let me go grab it. It usually doesn't need an entire rebevel, but I keep a ceramic diamond coated steel here. And it could go for another pass on it. Just truing up the edge some. Yeah. I wish I knew where I got this. Yes, please, Mike. When are you going live? Right now, I'm just making roughing passes, guys. I'm not really doing anything other than setting out the profile. Kind of getting everything in shape so I can try to do a dragon. Good Lord, this is my second carving I've ever tried to do, and I'm doing a dragon, for God's sake. Why did I let y'all talk me into this? Hellfire and brimstone, I'm going to mess this all up. All right, though. I love y'all. I'll do my damnedest for you. If I booger it up, I know you'll forgive me. Well, I aim to please, Carrie. At the end of the day, I've said it so many times, this ain't my channel. This is y'all's. I'm just here doing whatever the hell you asked me to do. Y'all want me to run the welder, I'll run the welder. You want me to do some carving, I'll run the carving. You want me to finish the lathe, I'll try to finish the lathe. No promises. Mike, you wouldn't believe it. Somebody was incredibly generous, and because of that, me and the oldest ran down to the hazard frock, picked us up a little welder. Nothing crazy, just a little old MIG gun. Let us fart around in here. Be able to fix a couple of things. If it needs a tack put together or something. I set it up at the beginning of the live, and boy, that was half a mistake. All the welders came out of the woodwork to come tell me what a pain in the ass idiot son of a bitch I was. Don't listen to this guy, he don't know shit. Okay. I don't know about you, I've been welding for 177 years. This guy's a dumbass. Okay. Well, sometimes that's true and sometimes it's not, Frederick. Again, the traveler going to town, man. People are just like that here. They are as good or as evil as we allow them to be. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see all the friends of the channel showing up. Frederick, I have learned that the overwhelming, resounding majority of violent events that have happened during history all occurred mostly in the name of one word: retribution. Somebody feels that somebody did something wrong. Somebody needs to be punished for it. And then somebody goes and punishes that someone. And when it's all done, now that person feels like somebody has done something wrong to them, so retribution is in order again. And it just keeps happening until somebody decides to stop. Until somebody finally decides that everybody has had enough. Jesus, knock it off. We've done this long enough. And sometimes people never get it. I mean, hell, there's conflicts going on, I'm sure, all over the world where, shit, half the people involved in it, they don't even know why they're fighting. They're just fighting. I'm fighting because we've always been fighting. I'm fighting because Daddy was fighting. Grandpa was fighting. So we just keep fighting. Other than, and for no reason other than, fuck it, what else do we have to do? It's just what we've always done. It's kind of stupid if you ask me. Kind of silly as you talking about people that don't like you for reasons that they can't even they can't even enunciate. They have no idea. They just know they're pissed and they don't like you or whatever. And can't give a solid damn reason as to why. It's kind of dumb, in my opinion. The hell's the point? Not accomplishing nothing. Except hurting each other. And when you think about it, don't we have enough reasons to be hurt already without somebody else adding to it? Trust me, messed up as my mind is sometimes, hell, I don't need any help messing me up. I do it just fine all by my damn self. All right, man. Thanks, Frederick. I appreciate you. I hope we get to talk again, man. Hope you get to feeling better, man. Thank you for sitting and enjoying with us. Hope you get to feeling better soon. Thanks, man. We ain't getting a whole hell of a lot yet. We're getting there, though, I guess. We'll see what happens. You know, this damn thing would probably work a lot better if I got a Dremel. But ever since I was doing that first one on that face, it felt like cheating. No offense to all you Dremel carvers. It feels like cheating. When I think about carving, I think about a carving knife. You know, get in there and whittle some shit. Use what you got. Make do with what you got. You're right. Guess I ought to stop being a damn hypocrite, huh? That's valid. That's valid, June. I shouldn't have. That's probably a bad point of view for me to have. It is a little bit dragony at this point. I don't know how dragony, but we'll keep on keeping on. You know what? Screw it. Let's take a cue from our friend June and our friend Carrie, who says, "By God, make do with what you got." I think I got a Dremel around here somewhere. Just gotta remember where the hell it is. Okay, so here comes the Dremel. Oh, you're gonna already start giving me shit. Never mind. I'm back to the knife. Fuck. I ain't getting called out like that. Gonna do me dirty. Fuck, I don't know. Here. Although this one doesn't say Dremel, it says rotary tool. I'm trying to tell you. All right, let's see how this works. Oh, well, shit. Should I just get all up in that shit now? All right. Now I gotta take a damn second, because if it's going that far, that fast, I gotta start thinking, okay, he looks about ugly like that. I gotta profile him back some. Okay, so get his head back where it belongs. We gotta go way back there. Yeah, shit. That's gonna take a minute. Should bust out with a fucking saw right here. God damn. Okay. Huh? $41 people watching me. I hope y'all are enjoying it. Again, welcome to my little old goofy channel where I do all kinds of random making stuff. And people put up with me while I do it. Mostly because I've been told I'm funny. Now, whether that's referring to my personality or my looks, I'm still not 100%. Maybe a little bit of both. I am definitely funny looking. All right. Let's keep chopping on back. Till we get our ass all the way back here. But it ain't so much butter once you got to cut about half an inch off this thing, is it? All that butter shit goes right out the window. Not towards me, in the proximity of me. Up to this point, with the exception of what you saw me do earlier, Time Wave, I'm usually just using a knife. That's how I carved Spirit in the Y. Y'all want to see him again? Here, let's move his silly ass right there. Do 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 do. He's a mallet called Spirit in the Y. Did you see the face and then you say why? There's some chunks coming off of there now. And it jiggles the hell out of my belly every time I do it. So go ahead and laugh at that. Wood carving. What you need to be doing is carving your ass some time out at the gym is what you need to do. I hear you. You was thinking it. You just didn't type it yet. So I said it for you. $44 people hanging out with me. I appreciate you doing so. I hope your Sunday's going well. I am having a wonderful time hanging out with you guys. What's up, Dad? How you doing, man? I am taking on some audacious shit. I don't know if I'm gonna pull it off, but I'm gonna damn sure try. So what I need to do is focus on the fact that his nose is gonna be right there, and his body's gonna come out like this, and then his horns will be up here. Okay, I think I got this figured out. Let's switch gears a little bit. I might. I mean, the hell. I ain't gotta be at work till 7 o'clock tomorrow, so okay. In case it ain't become abundantly clear to all of you watching, I really don't know what the hell I'm doing. I did this, and I think it was a fluke. It was a damn accident. But now here I am with a piece of basswood, trying to figure out how the hell I can catch lightning in a bottle again. Which I know, good luck with that. For reasons unknown, that sucker just ain't sharp no more. Maybe I ought to hit it again. That's good. Yes, sir. Now I'm cutting it instead of tearing it. Unlike some of the other people that do lives or videos, maybe I should have looked up how to carve a dragon before I tried this. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to get a dragon out of this. It might work out. If it doesn't, at least it might be mildly entertaining. Yeah, hell with it. Fake it till I make it, right? Well, what you think about the mallet there, Dad? I honestly think it was a damn accident. Like I have no doubt. I watched myself do it. I've got the damn thing recorded on video. I just think I accidentally did a good job. Gave myself the damn false sense of confidence. Ah, shit, I got this. I did that man's face. I could do a dragon. How hard could it be? I'll say it the way Dad didn't say it. How hard could it be? Yeah, you shouldn't fall in it too. You about to find out how damn hard it is. Think I should raffle it off. Might be a hell of an idea. Well, I don't know. I thought about that, but then immediately I started thinking about other channels that raffle shit off all the time. And man, I don't want to be like that. I'd much rather just get myself a community of members and let one of them have it. Get the fancy wheel. Yes, sir, the good one. That HTML web-based one. Harry said, hold on. Okay, I'm holding. What am I holding on to? I agree, Carrie. And it also feels kind of bad to be that guy with his hand out all the damn time. You know what I mean? Like, hey, God, hey, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. I don't need a bunch of people to give me money. I'd much rather have a damn community, you know? If the last 2, 3 days I hadn't fucking proved that not asking for money, shit, the money will show up if you got a good community of people and you care about them. Yeah, it's starting to get the tip of the snout right there. And believe you me, Mike is pretty good at being an ass. I mean, I don't want to take it away from him. I mean, it's a skill set. He's got that shit down. I think I just about got this damn thing figured out. I think I do. Lord knows I'll probably bugger it up, but we'll find out. Shit, I ain't got to be a smart ass. My whole fucking body abounds with knowledge, not just my ass. I think my ass is smart. You ought to hear the rest of me. Okay, now I'm starting to get the gist of what's going on here. I see, says the blind man to the deaf boy. Lady G, good to see you. Lady G, there are some people in the audience that believes I may have bit off a little more than I could chew, and I'm starting to wonder if I should have believed them. I'm going to try to carve a dragon because I don't know, a wild hair come up my ass and told me to try to carve a dragon. We did solve a hell of a lot of problems. And made a lot of people happy, which was damn cool. So that's the snout. So this would be the furrow of his eyebrows. I'm starting to see it. God, don't tell anybody. People will start fucking expecting it. Mm-hmm. All right. Now we got to make his forehead. First thing I do, chip off all the bullshit. Ah, boy. This shit is soft. And you just fucking blow right through the shit. Should have done this with a freaking 2x4. At least that'll stand up to some shit. Carving a spoon. I think I did a spoon. But I didn't know if I counted that as carving. I feel bad saying that. So I guess technically this would be my third carving. I like the way you said that. She was enthusiastic to carve. Feels like that. I don't know if I'm digging it just yet, but I'm trying to. Be to the first time I don't like it and I pitch the sumbitch out the damn door. Be my luck. Oh, that's a weird ass angle to try to hit. Okay. So freaking gentle. Easy killer. Have you ever tried wood burning designs into things? It's pretty fun. Kind of easy if you get into it. I do have a blowtorch and some wire. I got a soldering iron too. That'd probably do that. Okay, I'm seeing this. Starting to see this. And the eyelid. It's got to go. Don't cut the whole damn block, Mike. Shit. This stuff is so soft. God, you just blow right through it, man, like it ain't even there. Go fix that before it pisses me off. Okay. I cut like that. So this one should cut like that. And then take another cut like this. Right? Oh, I bet this is so obnoxious just sitting somebody watching doing this. Probably why they ain't but about 30 people still sitting in here. All right. That'll be like that. Now I could take this part off, because that will be the eye socket, where the eye socket starts. And now I can start cheating with this thing. But let me change this bit. Because there's the itty bitty teeny weeny little bitty Dremel thingy. And I can grab that sucker. That he used for the first time today. Okay. I just dremeled my finger. That was fun. Mudlarks, what are you doing, buddy? Well, that can't be no damn fun. Y'all can't see what the hell I'm doing. Well, does it need to be a werewolf instead? Shit, you tell me. Okay. He says keep going. I'm going, I'm keeping. think I might see where y'all coming from. Okay. Now if I run that down like so, well, I don't need this to do it. I can just do it with this. And like one cut will be done. Oop. Establish the same thing on the other side. Oop. I need a cigarette. Hold on. And I need my vape too. Don't ask the contents of my vape. Just know that it is what it is. Save the cigarette for a minute. Okay. Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Damn it, now I'm going to be chasing a werewolf. When I said I was going to do a dragon. I don't know. I think I'm just going to keep taking off shit till it comes out looking cool. Whatever the hell ends up being, that's what it is. Screw it. Everything I do for some reason ends up looking evil and shit. Don't ask me why, it just does. Maybe it's the demons in me trying to get out. We've discussed that. We have a meeting on Tuesdays. You sons of bitches don't get just pop out whatever the hell you want. Some of us have parent teacher conferences we got to go to. You need to be respectful. What's up, Bullfrog? Yes, sir. Do you want it? Just eat it. It's fine. Love you, man. Told you, man, you're my best pal. You can have anything I own. Love you, kid. Neighbors are trying to pull in again. They've done it at least 7 or 8 times and hadn't wrecked yet. The first couple times they did. They done smacked into the other car this time. Don't look. Just focus on the fucking whittling. Yes, I'm talking about you. Stop me mugging me like you didn't just wreck in your own damn car and expect me not to say something about it. Damn neighbors. Ain't my fault. You drive like old people have sex, slow and sloppy. Did I say that out loud? My fault. Look at the girth on that sucker. It does have a bit of heft to it. You liking that, Landon? You enjoy, friend. That's the weirdest damn thing, Landon. Me too. Mine's in my shoes. I do keep a strip or two in there. My tighter whities. Hi, bud. You did. You got given a membership by our friends at Triple J. Oh, Landon, did you give up on trying to shock me? It's unfortunate because I promise you, you found about the kookiest son of a bitch on all the fucking YouTube. You weren't going to out weird me. Shit. Coke, I am trying to make a carving of, I think it's up in the air. I don't know if it's a werewolf or a dragon. I think, what the hell did you say, Carrie? I think the wood's waiting to talk to us. Tell us which way it was going. So what we're doing so far, what y'all think? I don't know what it is. It's a beastly something. A mouse got into your tool chest drawer. Oh shit. I can't decide if this is going to be a werewolf, a dragon, or J. Edgar Hoover, or Mitch McConnell. They all pretty much look the same. You know, you look at Mitch McConnell, he just looks like he's just waiting for somebody to feed him poor people. Like his battery's almost run out. He's just waiting for somebody to feed him some more poor people so he can stay alive. It is right at 10 minutes to 5, I believe. I don't have a clock out here. Can somebody confirm that? Is it 10 minutes to 5 Central? If you're in the UK, you're 6 hours ahead of us, so that would make it 10 minutes to 5. Oh, rounding that sucker out's helping a lot. Oh, that's helping a whole lot. I think so. Hold on a minute. Let me dig in here a little bit better, Nikki, and I'll show you. To be honest, I don't even know what the hell it is. Bug, don't worry about that. If I'm gonna hurt myself, I promise you, it was 100% me. I'll say it that way. I damn sure don't need your help to hurt myself. Kind of like when I burned my toe. Because who welds with slides on? Moron. Don't worry, dear. Nikki News in here. That's enough bad influence for all of us. You got bad influence locked down. I'm just kidding. Love you, dear. In a completely HR appropriate platonic manner. I'm gonna cover up this hole. Try to give myself a little shade. Move a little air around. Don't listen to the stupid boys. Well, what about us not stupid boys? Hello, Pilato. Good to see you, man. All right. Let's keep on keeping on. I think I'm gonna work on the nose now. I don't know what the hell it is I'm carving, but I damn sure think I need to talk to my therapist about it. I think I'm gonna finally show you guys what my sleep paralysis demon looks like. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. His name's Ed. He's pretty cool. Hi, Pilato, and bye, Pilato. Shout out to all the people that have a paralysis demon too. Ed, the scary looking sleep paralysis dragon werewolf thing. Which I think was just misunderstood. I mean, he's pretty damn good at algebra. He helped me with my homework a lot during high school. How the hell he figured out quadratic equations before I did? That's probably because he's old. Kind of ancient something shit. I don't know. When you've been around for a couple of millennia, you got time to hit the books. Hey, John. The one thing I tell you for sure I'm making is a damn mess. I don't know what the hell it is. It's some kind of monstrous damn thing. Amen, Carrie. I ain't welding no more. I'm gonna kick these damn shoes off, man. It's fucking hot. Bug says her demon's called Leviathan. Oh shit. Pretty good swimmer, huh? In all seriousness, I know what threw me off here. It got thrown off because this damn wood is so soft that the smallest thing I'm doing just makes huge fucking changes. It's almost like I could barely touch the damn thing. Mm-mm-mm. Now I'm over here trying to carve the middle of its mouth and it looks like a coochie. Damn it. Keep going. Hashtag roast beef. Get the hell out of there. No, just the one toe. That was a damn moron. I did learn a lot today. I learned I know better than to do any videos about welding. God Almighty, I almost got served up to the damn lynch mob. Well, if you're properly teaching people how to weld, then you'd be more worried about explaining them full penetration and root passes and shut up. I'm just trying to show them how a welder works, dingus. Why don't you back the hell up? Gatekeeping son of a bitch. I know why the welder's mad. You just pissed off the robots about to take your job next year. Oh, nothing happened, Carrie. I'm just talking shit. About them dinguses that were in here before. I'm about to say, Bug, is this a confessional? Or we need to get worried? What the hell are we doing here? You've died exactly how many men? What do we need to know here, Slick? It's at this point I'd like to let you know that this call is being recorded for quality assurance purposes. Dima, what's up? Okay, I don't know why, but for some reason this image now just told me it has to have a neck, so I'm making a neck. Carverception. Did you see that? I just used one carbon to make another carbon. Yeah, we're all mistakes. And look at it this way. What the hell would life be like if you hadn't at least fucked one thing up along the way? It's where all the good stories come from. It's where all the good learning experiences come from. Let me tell you about this one time I fucked up this so-and-so. And it always comes out to be a beautiful thing in the end. Maybe not a beautiful result, but at least a beautiful story. A beautiful experience to share. Carrie said, so funny story. Hold on, I gotta unpack that. My ex was liar. Said he was in the army. Lied for years. Damn. Hell, if anything, I think I wish I'd lied about being in the army and said I wasn't. That's a damn shame, though, Bug. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make light of it. That's a hell of a damn thing. And I hate to tell you this, I think the army made me not so damn good at all the damn empathy, let's cry together kind of shit. I'm sorry about that. I'm not very good at that. My therapist says I'm too busy trying to solve problems to understand them. To which I always think, well, why the hell am I trying to understand it if I can fix it? Then it ain't even a problem no more. Shit, I'm in here on the fucking couch, man. I hear somebody pissed off about a problem or upset about it. I'm like, fuck, well, let's fix the problem. Look, now you ain't upset no more because there ain't no fucking problem no more. My therapist said I'm too busy trying to fix problems to understand them. To which I said, well, if you solve the damn problem, then why the hell are we going to sit around and be upset about it? Most people, when they're upset, they want to not be upset. So, fix the fucking problem. I am a work in progress, and apparently it doesn't work that way. For reasons I am still working out for myself. Fellas, if you feel the same way, back me up, because apparently it's a men's mentality. Just stop and listen to me. Sometimes I just need to be upset. Well, fuck, I can't think of a single fucking person that wants to be upset. The hell you mean sit there and just be upset? Mike, good luck with the weeds, man. Shit, just don't be upset. Let's fix it, and then you ain't got nothing to be upset about. Shit. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Bug. Some people might argue with you, but I'll take it. Listen, don't let that get out. There's people that fucking pay me money not to talk. Trust me, Dan's Homestead's in here. He's probably one of them. Jesus Christ, would you just shut the hell up? Hello, my Vong. It's getting weirder every minute. Although it is looking more and more like Ed. Which is cool because I need to see Ed again. That somebody owes me $20. I don't know what the hell it is yet. It's something though. So I imagine. Yeah, Carrie's right. I think we try to be. We all shoot shit, have fun, give each other hell, make things, drink things, give each other hell about breaking things. It's a jug of sweet tea. No, I'm not drinking. I got to work tomorrow. No, just a second, Bug. Because you're a tea connoisseur, it is a blend of orange pico and pico black tea with added sugar. For those in the UK who are tea connoisseurs. I would imagine since it's the United States, orange pico and pico black is probably the cheapest damn tea you can get a hold of. That'll give them the greatest profits. It's like the Timu of teas. Oh, I do envy you, Carrie. I won't be able to retire. I'm gonna be at this till I fall over. There's no way around it. Couldn't afford to make it if I do. So I'll just keep plugging until I can't plug. I know that sounds dismal, sounds negative and pessimistic and depressing, but unless maybe I get this YouTube thing to pop off. No, ma'am, I work for a private sector, for an advertising and marketing company now. That's the day job. At least that. So I've got at least another 10 years or so before I could even think about it. And then I can't, because if I do, I'll have to move into a place that I won't be able to afford to keep the shop. And if I'm going through life without a shop, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. That don't make no damn sense. Are we back? The mic battery died. Sorry about that. Can you hear me again? I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to swap mics. The other one died. Big shout to Pilato, who was the one that actually sent me these mics. It was like, dude, here. Your audio sucks. Do this. Yes, sir. I'm on it. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Did I see Dan pop up? Son of a bitch. What's up, buddy? Glad you got you pop in. At this point, I'm still up in the air. I don't know if I'm carving my sleep paralysis demon or Mitch McConnell. One of the two. While to refill the chainsaw, what the hell are you up to? Chainsaw, it's Sunday. Who the hell chainsaws on Sunday unless they want to? Seriously, Elegant Woodcraft, glad you could come in. Big friend of the channel. One of the first top tier members of the channel. Can't tell him how much I appreciate him, really. And I feel bad because he's been so jammed up under the damn cars at work. He ain't had a chance to do shit on YouTube. Y'all keep your thoughts with Elegant, man. I mean, Dan's been so damn covered up at work. He can't get half the shit done. Ooh, I need some vape. There he is, Elegant. Thank you, sir. I hate that for you, man. I really do. I wish they weren't running your ass at ragged. I sent off the Silverado to go get that damn transmission looked at. They're still fucking with it after about a week, so that's kind of nerve-wracking. You know, when the mechanic keeps it for about a week and doesn't call you, you know about some shit's about to hit the fan. He's about to tell you all kinds of shit you don't want to know. All he's doing is stalling, trying to figure out a way to tell you so you don't lose your shit. He said, I got a backlog. Hell, I think everybody got a damn backlog now. But you know why? And I promise you, Dan, get ready for it, because if you didn't notice, the ACC, the Automotive Credit Corporation, which is the biggest backer of all the auto loans for new cars, not too long ago, very quietly just said, "No, we're done. No more new car loans." Which means there's going to be a lot of folks trying to keep their shit in good shape. Because God knows when we'll be able to get another one. Especially when the dealer's charging us $100 grand for a damn truck. But I bet you $1 that puts mechanics in a good spot. Till the parts run out, that is. But that's a whole different animal. Want to do basic maintenance. Hey, I change my oil every 15,000 miles, just like I'm supposed to. Ooh, I almost took a piece of my hand with it. And my ass bought myself a double cheeseburger, and then my 11-year-old come in here and said, "Can I have it?" Shit. I will say that, hashtag not sponsored, Nissan has impressed me in the last year or two. And I say that because they've been, not because they made a superior vehicle. I'm not going to say that. But I will say that the old lady bought herself a Nissan. She got a Rogue. And they have been Johnny on the spot with popping up out of nowhere and saying, "Hey, you know what? We fucked up. We did this. This is all shot to hell. We're going to do a recall. Bring it in. We'll fix it for free. We'll swap this out." They've been real good about that. I'll give them that much. Ain't none of that shiesty shit I see other dealers doing, or other makes, I should say. Trying to figure out if they can blame somebody else for shit. No, and Nissan's like, "We fucked up. Bring it here. We got you." Which is pretty damn cool. Which is really damn cool. They've impressed me a lot with that. So it's harder to work on newer cars. Sadly to say, yes, it is, Bug. And that's because most of them are becoming less like cars and more like computers with wheels on them. Which, I don't get me wrong, I love technical innovations. I love that people are maybe getting vehicles that are safer. I'm not talking against that, you know. But I've always had hell with planned obsolescence, and I've always had hell with somebody purposefully making something with the intention of charging somebody for maintenance and upkeep later because it was less than they could have possibly done. Meaning, yeah, I made something flimsy with the whole intent that it's going to break, and then they got to come back to me and pay money for me to fix it. I think that's garbage. And frankly, if I'm being candid, I think it's just being a shitty human being. An automotive designer that'll factor obsolescence into their vehicle is right up there on the list with a fucking repo recovery driver. Which I say that, and let me be clear, I've never had anything repoed in my life. Okay? I'm not worried about repo. But it bothers me that you would want to take a job that you know damn well you're doing nothing but ruining the shit out of people's day, and you're okay with it. You know what I mean? I'll take $18 an hour to fucking absolutely devastate somebody's finances or their ability to go to work. Yeah, I'll do that. Shit, yeah. Hello, Raja. I think you got to be a special kind of fucked up person to want to do that job. You know what I mean? At least with a bill collector, you understand the guy on the other end of the phone fucking slam the phone down and hang up on you, you know? Yeah, I'm still up in there about this damn Dremel stuff. I'm gonna change bits and see what happens. All right, buddy. Try to take it. Be safe, man. Don't push too hard and start doing something stupid. If the noise cancellation is working right and you guys can hear me, most people in here already know, but I guess I'm mostly saying this for bugs. Raja has one hell of a channel. His skills with a lathe are incredible. And he's doing much more than just, oh, let me make the next pretty thing. I mean, he's in the trenches every day, making shit happen with that lathe. And I am absolutely proud to be a member of Raja's channel. If you're not, you should think about it. Oh, before I forget, in the Mike is making stuff and what the hell is Mike making world, if you were tuned into my birthday live, you would have met my buddy from Markov who helps to build my website and stuff. And I really got to get on to getting together some more content for the site. That's my fault. But I'll get some more shit put together for that. But you want to hear the damnedest thing? MikeIsMakingStuff.com is up, it's live, and it's online. And if that's not going to shit your pants, there's a Mike is Making Stuff app for your phone. Kind of some bitch you got to be to have your own app. Uh-oh. I don't know if you can hear that, but that's actually an emergency call. I got to wrap up the live, y'all. I love y'all. Get you another look at the demon thing. I'll catch y'all on the flip.